Good morning. So this system I call sensory percussion, and it's composed of a sensor that we built to extract a good clean signal from the drum, and software that we wrote to analyze it and allow for very complex and intuitive mappings to any digital sounds you want. So the reason I built this system is because as a drummer, I've been trying to incorporate electronic sounds into my setup for a long time. I've been playing electronic music and indie rock and jazz and experimental music. And the options out there are lacking for a lot of reasons. I've tried triggers, I've tried sample pads, V-drums, but the truth is that they're all based on the same decades-old technology, which is trigger technology. So for every surface, you're allowed one sound, and you can control the volume of that sound, and that's it. So V-drums, V-drums you can get up to 2 sounds per surface. You get the rim and you get the center, and this system can do that. Oh, where's my volume? So that's good. But and with SPDSs, you can have up to like 9 sounds on a pad, and this can do something similar. But what's really lost in those systems is the true acoustic nature of the drum. So they all rely on MIDI mappings and on triggers. And what they do is you map one drum to one note. So you get a snare drum as C, a tom as C sharp. But what that that system ignores is the acoustic nature of the drum and the high dimensionality nature of it. So if we try to map drums to a linear scale, we're losing all the relationships between the sounds within a single drum. So the center of the drum has its own sound. The edge of the drum has its own sound. The rim also has its own sound. And you can say this is C, this is C sharp, this is E, or whatever. And but that mapping ignores the relationship between those sounds. So what we wanted to build a system that would capture that high dimensionality of the acoustic space of the drum. So our system allows you to visualize the soundscape of a drum in 2 dimensions and allows you to create very complex and intricate mappings that follow your playing. As another demo here, the benefit of this is that you can have full control of continuous parameters, and you can control them by how you play the drum. So as a drummer, I've been trained to play the drums for over almost 2 decades, and so it's almost second nature how to hit the drum, where to hit them. The feeling of my drumstick as it hits it and the sound that comes out, they're very tied together. It's like muscle memory at this point. And so by tapping into that muscle memory, I can now control electronic sounds in a very intuitive and natural way. So just mapping a single sample to the whole of the drum and using this control interface to control audio effects, so just filters and various delays. This is just the sound of an 808 snare. So I can control that resonance effect by just moving out to the edge, and also apply totally different sounds to correspond to how I'm hitting the drum. And it's corresponding to the sound that I'm producing from the acoustic instrument. So I'm making a one-to-one relationship between the sounds I'm getting by how I'm playing and the sounds I'm hearing out of the speakers. So in that way, what you hear out of the system follows what you see on stage. So the drummer really has control over this electronic soundscape just by natural playing. And also you can use these mics for just extracting the audio from the snare and putting effects on that. So this is the sound of the mics just through effects. And you can get a lot just with that, without any samples. So reverb on the center of the drum, grain delay out here, some uh-oh. That compressor's a little too hot. But it really gets fun when you add a full mapping, a full samples along with effects, which is what you heard me do at the beginning. So this is, 808s all over the kit, different clap sounds. So you get the picture. And what I really intend for this system is for it to be a full drum set. I'm a kit player, and I'm used to playing in bands and on stage with loud PAs. And that's really what I designed the system for, is live stage performance. So I want full drum set with cymbals, but to have this overlay on top so that I can control this extra layer of electronic sounds and really kind of create a new hybrid instrument that is true to the art of drumming in that it follows your every move and all of your nuance. So if you have any questions.
Well, you pretty much explained how.
Okay.
How does it work?
Okay. So these are just acoustic microphones essentially that sense the vibration of the head and the vibrations on the rim separately. So we get a very clean picture of what's going on. And the software, it involves some machine learning and pre-training, and it essentially projects the sound of the drum into a lower dimensional space where sounds are separated spatially. So I could show you, just briefly, this is the way
It's the clustering.
So there's a couple stages. There's the projection down to the lower dimension and then clustering to identify these different regions. But then it's a continuous space, so I can play in between clusters and I can connect clusters with effects.
When you're hitting the rim, it wasn't always working, and it could be your thresholds, I guess, how you have adjusted. Did you train it this morning, or you have it trained for
No, it's been
before?
trained. It's a
So if
growing,
anything changes a little bit in your gain or
well,
whatever.
I'd say about every week it gets about 5% better because I add training to it. So, and also, my playing is not perfect. It is as good as you are a drummer, because if I don't hit the rim shot correctly, it's not gonna, and I don't produce the correct sound out of the snare drum, it's gonna be a different sound.
But that's the problem with machine learning. What you're doing is a lot like the old Korg wave drum. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah, so that had the same philosophy where you can hit it anyway, it would take the acoustic signal, and then it would synthesize something out of it that would be dynamic depending on what you're doing with the drum. I don't think they had anything like machine learning back in those days, so they hardwired all that stuff.
Well, I believe the Korg wave drum was more about filters and DSP algorithms.
Most of it was just processing the sound. Some was extracting. You get MIDI out of it, so it was doing some extracting and stuff like that too. But they couldn't do anything like what you can do now. But again, I mean, if you machine learn, you can be discrete and you can fall into the wrong cluster if you do something a little different. So you mentioned it can interpolate in between if you're kind of in between. What does it do if you're like right at a boundary?
Well, this is just right there. And that's out there. So if I hit in between, you'll hear both sounds.
Okay, so it fades in both. Good.
So if you are slightly off, you're not going to have
That's
this like
important.
this. It's not binary.
Yeah.
So it's not like discrete regions doesn't really make sense for the drum. So the whole concept is really to capture this continuous sound space and allow you to kind of explore it and apply effects. And so then it's a real instrument at that point, because it's not just I assigned this sound to this region, so I know I'm going to get that. It's more about kind of learning how to play it as an instrument.
And you probably could use almost any pickup for that, although your pickup separates the rim and the drum head.
Yeah, this allows for very low latency because we're directly sensing the vibration of the head and the rim, and so, and it's also we get a very clean picture of the attack.
Yeah, it seems like it's very fast. I don't think you have any latency problem.
It's pretty low. And it's actually twice as what it could be because right now I'm using it as a MIDI controller, but we're working on building a sampler into our software that we won't use MIDI anymore. And once that's the case, it'll be cut in half, and we'll really be able to control the latency.
Although you want to run MIDI or OSC or something inside your machine so you can plug it into whatever you want.
It'll always have that
that's good.
as an ability,
Good.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So I think one of the things that happens with the system is that you hit it and it makes a sound regardless of the digital output. So you hit it, I can hear the drum sound, and I can also hear the digital thing. Is that okay in your aesthetic, or is it something you should minimize?
Well, you know, as a drummer, I want to play the drums. And so I've been hybridizing my drums for a while, putting triggers on them and adding effects on top of them. But you know, if you are a drummer and you're playing a big stage, you can minimize the acoustic effects if you want by just bringing those mics down. And you know, have a big PA, it'll be loud out in the space. It won't matter too much. And also, we are looking into versions that are quieter and just actual controllers, if that's what you want. So, because that is totally doable. I've actually put this on practice pads, and it works similarly. So, it's a choice.
Have you performed gigs with it?
I have not. I've used it in limited sense. So the software, you know, it's at a point where it's stable enough to use now. So this is my first, like, very exposed performance with it. But I have used it on stage, not for the sampling, triggering, and controlling of that, but just for the acoustic sound and for controlling effects. So I have, but not extensively, and that's kind of what the next month is about, is really kind of, it's ready now to be used on stage and to do that kind of testing. So this is very, you know, the most recent build was yesterday, so it's still a work in progress, and you know, a lot of the features are not in there yet, and it's so working hard on getting it there. Yeah.
Question I have is, you said about the zone. Is the zoning from the center location to the outside, is it infinite or relatively infinite, or conversely, could you actually zone it and make a hard break?
Yeah, you can make a hard break. So like this. Hold on, let me just turn off the blending. So you can just zone it if you want, and it really depends. The range is entirely dependent on the acoustic range of your instrument, at least for now.
So it's a very high resolution.
It's very high resolution. I mean, especially when you compare it to systems, the current system, which have two zones and no sense of a relationship between the two. So yes.
But if something changes, if you tighten your head or something like that, do you have to retrain? I imagine you probably have to, especially if you want to get a lot out of it.
It's fairly resistant to those kind of minor pitch shifts. And drums, you know, you want them to sound good on their own. You're going to tune them regardless, and you're going to have them within a certain range. And it's pretty resistant within, you know, an octave.
Are you learning on the waveform itself, or are you pulling features out of?
Features.
Okay.
It's a machine learning and, you know, kind of abstracted feature set. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's time's up for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am a performer on this instrument, but I'm not the engineer. The engineer is Jean-Louis Dierstein. He lives in France. He has a studio. He's an electrical engineer in Paris. So I'm going to present to you an idea of 3 dreams of this instrument. You probably already know a lot about this instrument in the history. And so I'm going to share with you an idea behind 3 imaginations for this instrument. One is the imagination of the engineer. One is my imagination for the instrument, and one is the third is a collective imagination of the spirit in France at this moment that the instrument was created. So this idea that perhaps this sound was in the ears of the composers of that moment, even those who died before it was created, such as Debussy. There's a little mythology that my teacher told me about this instrument, which is that Ravel heard the first movement of his string quartet played on 4 on Martineau, and he fell out of his chair and said, "That's exactly how I imagined it." So I like that this project is something very special for that one moment in time. So I played for you, the first thing was a etude for the Octavien, and then then I played something from J.S. Bach, and now I'm going to play something from the younger Bach, CPE. So this is the imagination of the engineer, because the engineer believed that this instrument could be anywhere playing any music. be kind, but I can say a few things about how it's put together. I mean, obviously it's a historic instrument. He had the first idea for it in 1917 in his brain when he was on top of the Eiffel Tower. It's the combination of being a brilliant engineer and a very musical person, which I think a lot of people in this room would fall into that category. So he was drafted into the First World War. He is stationed at the top of the Eiffel Tower. The war is won through the waves, through the signals, and he entertains himself by finding difference tones between the two FM signals. And that becomes, and he contemplates throwing himself off the tower or creating something beautiful out of madness. And so the onde is a response to, I think, a very terrorized state of mind. And I think it's a lovely reminder of what we can construct in those situations. It's really modeled after the organ in terms of the colors. So each color, each of the timbres here is modeled after an organ stop. And it's a subtractive process, which I also find to be lovely and philosophical, that you take away in order to build from this basic sawtooth form. So I'll try my best to answer questions or to talk about the instrument if you would like.
You play wonderfully.
Thanks.
And I love this instrument. It's a real icon in electronic music.
Yeah.
Very far to have it. And still, I mean, the nuance you can get out of a performance on this is remarkable.
Yeah.
But it's a historic instrument, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what would be, is there anything new about it, or is this a stock
sure.
mark? No.
No, of course. Well, I mean, in the old Martineau world, new is not necessarily good. They want to try to preserve the sound.
Yeah, very much. There are pieces written for it, so they have to archive it.
Exactly. Yeah. But this is by a living engineer, and he's the first person to get permission from the son of Martineau, who's still alive. So when the original engineer was killed suddenly in a motorcycle accident in 1980, it got unstable, and then they stopped production in 91. I went on a long odyssey of similar to Ulysses, but ending a little better. But to find an instrument, and finally Jean-Loup is really doing a great job, and I'm in communication with him all the time. So he's a synth technician, and then applied those principles to creating a new onde, which is supposed to be exactly like the old onde, but hardier, so with better parts, more stable. I do have to tune it several times during even a practice session, so it is still the quirky thing that it is, but it's much more stable than, for example, my teacher's instrument.
So he's using not vacuum tubes like they used to.
But they even stopped using vacuum tubes.
I'm sure they went to transistors. This is all op amps and
exactly,
things like that.
Exactly.
But it's not digital. There's no computer in there.
No computer.
You don't see a Arduino and a Raspberry Pi in the back.
No, that wouldn't have gone over very well.
We could do that for you if you want.
Yeah. I mean, I'm open to doing things with it, but I like to play the traditional repertoire, so I like to have the capacity to do that. I can show you the timbres if you'd like. If you'd like to hear the different colors in the instrument, if we have time. I don't know, who's the timekeeper? 3 minutes? Would you like to?
You guys have any?
Or yeah, sure.
How long did it take you?
Well, I actually took a leave from my job to just practice full time for 1.5 years. Yeah. But I mean, I'm a musician. I was a musician before, so it wasn't like learning it. And I had, that's when I owned my instrument. So before that, I would go to Montreal and do it in spurts. Yeah, but of course you can't progress without your own. Yeah. Yes. It is a proprietary speaker, yeah.
Actually, the speakers
that
that came with the older on, they're beautiful. They're Art Deco masterpieces.
Exactly, and I hope to have those other two soon. That is called Metallique and Palm, and they're beautiful. I think I'm going to use Epi-Shock maybe on a tam-tam or something to get that going. But yeah, this is the speaker that the engineer made with a spring reverb built inside of it. Yeah, very retro. There's nothing I can. You mean I can control it here?
It's probably a real spring inside.
Yeah, it's actually a real spring reverb.
Is it? But I don't know if it's even driven. The speaker probably vibrates the string that.
Yeah.
So
it's not
in
driven.
those days they didn't have access to all that, so they just mechanical resonators on the speaker.
Yeah, if you move the instrument and it's plugged in. Yeah. Yeah. No, you can do it. I mean, I can probably make it happen if you want.
So it's just the on off. There's no, you can't set the amount.
Oh yeah, definitely you can. You can make it very dry. I can show you. Do you want a tour quickly?
Sure.
Okay. So it can be very dry. The settings are to imitate instruments
Did the original didn't have noise, did it? It did. Wow. That's great.
Unfortunately, I wish it had the kind of variance that, but it doesn't.
No?
I guess no, okay. That was
Yeah, yeah.
All right, good morning. I'm very happy to be here in Atlanta to tell you about the sponge. With me, Miriam Blow is going to join me later for a performance. For now, I'm going to talk for a few minutes. By the way, my name is Martin Marier, and I am from Montreal. I study at the University of Montreal, where I developed this instrument. When I decided to create a new instrument, I wanted to get the best of both worlds. On one side, I wanted to have access to all the possibilities of digital sound, but on the other hand, I wanted to retain the interaction, whether it's with an audience or with a fellow performer. I wanted to retain that interaction and the playfulness that are inherent to acoustic instruments. I also wanted to have something new, something different from any other instrument, something that would stimulate my creativity and force me to think about music in a different way. So first about interaction. I wanted an instrument that would be played without a screen, to be able to have eye contact. I wanted an instrument that would be wireless, to be free in my movements. Now playfulness. Something central and often a problem in digital musical instrument is latency. So it was crucial for me to have very instant, the type of playfulness I was looking for required instantaneous sound, so very low latency. And the other thing I wanted to have is a as natural and as clear as possible link between gesture and sound. I also wanted to have a material that would be fun to manipulate, hence the foam. Like any other material, foam can be waved around, tapped, and oriented in many different ways, but it can also be bent and twisted and squeezed. And as a bonus, it can, it's a good protection for the electronics that is inside, so it's a good thing. So foam it is. I had now to detect the deformation of this thing. Let me strip it naked for you. It's a very sexy piece of gear. So you can't see, obviously. I'm going to show to the judge if it's. So here there is an accelerometer, 3D accelerometer. There is another one on the other side, exact same thing. Here, this is a force sensing resistor that detects the squeeze There's another one, exact same on the other side. So it's very simple, simple hardware. This is an Arduino-based thing, by the way. It goes to an Arduino board, and then there's an XB to send data, sensor data, wirelessly to the computer. Let me show you something. So the accelerometers detect the tapping. I can tap softly or loudly. And also the accelerometers, the slow movements, can be used to change the timbre and the pitch. The pitch, yes. And if I bend, I can pitch bend. So you get the idea. And then if I squeeze, I dampen the sound, mimicking the behavior of a cymbal, for example. So, oh yeah, one thing very important. You might have noticed there are buttons underneath the sponge. There are 10 buttons there. These buttons can be used for all sorts of things, but I use them mostly to control pitch class, so to change note. If I count in binary, can you all count in binary? Well, I can. If you count in binary on the buttons, I can do a chromatic scale. So there's 5 buttons that I use to do that. That is, I'm going to tell you 32 options. 32, so it's 2 octaves and a half if I don't switch octave with other buttons. This mapping may sound odd. It is actually very odd for a human being. But the goal was not at all to make playing easier. The goal was to try to explore a mapping that is natural for the digital world, to see if peculiar musicality could emerge from that. So I'm after something that is idiomatic to the sponge or to digital instruments. Yeah, as an example, a pentatonic scale is very guitaristic because it's easy to play on a guitar, and with this particular mapping, a whole tone scale is very spongistic, if I may. So, yeah, that's the buttons. Now, all this sensor data goes to the computer in a super collider engine that runs a program with a mapping that I designed. Actually, I designed many mappings. All digital musical instruments are very versatile. You can do whatever you want with the digital data. Easy to achieve. Harder to achieve is mappings that are interesting. I've been working on this instrument for 7-8 years now. I've been experimenting with many different mappings. I've performed live dozens of times in solo and sometimes in duet with Miriam. But she came in about 1.5 years ago and we started to rehearse and we composed together a piece that we performed in London at the NIME conference. And we performed a few times. So, but what I'm about to show you is mapping that I used a few weeks ago in Montreal for a new piece, for a new solo piece. So this one is about this is a piece in which I played with fire, if I may. The crackling sounds are based on synthesis, and sounds of the flames are controlled separately. I hate that word control. I'm playing with fire, actually. I'm not controlling it. The flames were recorded in the studio. They're fake flames. It's a Foley trick. So that's an example of a mapping that I used recently. To design mapping, I've been designing a lot of mappings over the years. I developed a tool that I call a preset interpolator that I use in Super Collider. This preset interpolator, briefly explained, allows me to tweak the parameters of a sound generation system, like FM synthesis in this case. So I tweak the parameters until I find a sound I like, and then I assign that setting to a sponge position. So let's say I like this sound, I assign it to this sponge position, and then I'm going to find another setting that I like and assign it to this sponge position, like this sound. And then what the interpolator does is let me go smoothly from one sound to the other by moving the sponge. And I can put in that space many different points that allow me to navigate in a sonic space. So I did not invent that, but I did implement a version of it in Super Collider. This allows me to basically bypass all the tedious task, well, not all of it, but the tedious task of making correspondence between a single sensor data to a single parameter. It's very tedious to do that, and it's not very effective either. So before we start to play, just wanted to remind you the 4 principles that guided the design of the sponge: the access to electronic sounds, interaction, playfulness, and finally novelty. Now, other people in the competition have mentioned it. I'm not after playing. I'm not after controlling, sorry, I'm after playing, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you. I'm open to any questions if you have any. Glad to answer any. 5 minutes? Yeah, okay.
Can you go over the sensors on there again quick? Because you're doing things on the side, and I didn't catch what's. I know you have the FSR on the bottom. How are you getting the taps on the sides? The accelerometer? Or?
Yeah, accelerometers.
So that's just giving you taps. They'll give you taps anywhere. Or do you use
Anywhere.
the XY coordinate to disambiguate where you hit it?
I use the accelerometers for two things. I filter them, so the low frequencies are used
Get the
to
tilt
navigate the
and
space
the bend. Yeah,
and
yeah.
bend. So, but the bend is used in the end to navigate the six-dimensional space I navigate
yeah.
with the accelerometers.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, that's difficult navigating a six-dimensional space.
Of course. And is your mapping changing, or is it one mapping that's running
This is
all the
one
time?
mapping, and we have the same for this piece.
Really?
It-
So both of you are doing the same
Yeah,
mapping?
we could switch sponge
Okay.
and
Wow.
we could play the exact same thing.
That's
So
nice.
that's one thing also. I wanted to be able to interact with other musicians, being able to respond very quickly and improvise with actual jazz musicians and have fun.
And how long did you guys play this mapping? Because it's a piece you know, right? There's not much improvisation here.
No, it's well,
played it.
there is, but
Yeah, okay. So there's some places where you can add. But how long have you lived with this piece, this mapping?
it's a year and a half.
Okay.
We performed it. Well, this version is shortened a bit
Okay. Yeah,
for
yeah.
the
Yeah.
purpose of this.
And you have other mappings you guys do, so this is not the only one you're good at, I imagine.
It's the
the-
only one that I've played.
Okay.
He has played with the sponge much before.
Okay.
as a mapping.
Okay.
but there, yeah, I have more stuff coming.
Good, good.
Is that it?
Are those pajamas, or they kind of...
They're actually leggings.
Okay,
I
that
went
has
to
that
a
look.
ladies' leggings store to purchase them. It was kind of funny. Yeah.
Maybe a fun thing to point out, at the extremes, at the extremes when we go up the
Yeah.
actors, we get some nice holding. So that's what second. That's all like weird holding. And if I go down low,
Oh yeah, you got to.
Oh, that's aliasing. So that
Yeah.
extreme, that just kind of happens because of your artifacts on the computer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I just
Yeah,
don't
you-
care about
You just work with the
aliasing
junk.
and it's cool.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So once you made it, how long did it take you to actually master
To actually what?
to learn? Once you made it, how long did it take you to learn how to play it?
It's difficult to say because I designed it and I was learning to play it at the same time. And when wearing different hats like that, you have like okay, now I'm a programmer, now I'm an instrument designer, now I'm a performer, and now I'm a composer. And you have to do all these things at the same time. So I really don't know. I mean, I guess if I had to learn it from scratch like Miriam did, it would have taken me much shorter. But
well, like maybe 2 months, 3 months to get like comfortable with it. Also with the binary mapping, you just have to learn your binary counting. So, but after that, but definitely when I don't play it for a while, I need to practice it a little bit before being comfortable.
What instrument do you know? Regular instrument. You probably played a regular instrument before you picked up this.
Can you
I-
guess?
I used to play guitar, but I play other weird instruments also. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really like that.
Thank you.
So you have been making this like for 7 years?
Yeah, almost 8 now. Yeah.
Wow, that's tough.
Yeah, it requires
see,
patience.
I see the whole effort like that you had with Theremin. Like the ones I saw in the time was a lot different from
In
the,
2012.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. You saw the evolution since
Yeah,
3
exactly.
years.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yeah. Now it's
my art studies. I did a master's in digital arts in Barcelona too, and I discovered, like, well, I started programming, and I discovered what interactive art was. And for me, that was a big discovery because with code, I discovered that I could do anything I wanted, and with interactive art, I found the best expression of getting what I wanted to, like that my goal that I was training for, like to do something that people could touch, like that people could use. So that's more or less how I started. So like my finals masters of that, my final project for that masters, I did a previous version of this project, which was called Build a Sound. This is Build a Code. That other one was Build a Sound. That was made about 5 years ago. And the look is the same, but the functionality is completely different. So I wanted to do a game. So this is still this is a game, but this has a functionality. So that one was a game, was a music game. It was made out of cubes. It was made out like with everything. And I've been going on with that project for 5 years now. And so having that project for 5 years, I found out that a lot of people were interested about using it as a tool, like for making something, and that's how this came out. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I don't know how to explain it. So Build a Code is, well, I call it, it's a musical instrument, but I call it an tangible tool for sound programming. Okay, so what it basically does, it transforms everything you can do with a graphical sound programming software called Pure Data. So I transform that into cubes and interactions within the cubes. So because now I'm researching about new ways of teaching through art, and well, I think I'm going to show you a little bit more of how it works. See if I get a bit more relaxed. So each cube is made of 3 different color sides, and every color side mean well, a different thing that you can do with this Pure Data system. The yellow one stands for MIDI sounds. The blue one stands for audio process, like waves and noise and all that stuff. And the red one means controls. Okay, none of the shapes that are in the cubes relate directly to what they mean, because I want to break with all that completely. Like, I want people to be able to, at the same time that I want people to touch art and to play with the artworks, I want them to feel that they are able to make art. So they are able to achieve that. Like musicians, artists, programmers, we are not like something from another world. It can be anyone. You know, you just need time, passion, and you know, and don't be scared about it. So that's how I arrive here, and that's what I want to express people. So but I mean, if it would be too complicated if everybody had to remember what all the shapes mean. So I decided to do a visual feedback. So when you put the cubes in front of the camera, because they work with these image recognition codes that I'm sure most of you are related to them, but I can explain more later if you want. So as soon as you put the cubes in front of the camera, you see the MIDI note number that they represent, and the note. Okay, I had to do it in English, but for me, like, I use do, re, mi, fa, sol. I don't use A, B, C, D, so it was a bit complicated at the beginning, especially to know which ones they stand for. But well, so I put some of the notes here. Every note is repeated twice, and if you turn them, you change the scale in the same note. Okay, and if you want to play them, or you can sequence them with a metronome. And if you turn it, you change the speed. And you can change the note while you're doing. And I'm just going to keep doing things and stop talking and show you how it works, okay? Okay, so this is more or less what it can do. Yeah, I'm not a performer, I'm sorry. I'm more relaxed now, sorry. I'm not a performer. I wish I could bring a better performer with me, but this is, as I said, I wanted to make a tool, and everybody thinks it's for children. It kind of is for children, but because I want people to enjoy and to play with the things I do, I always focus them, like I always do this handmade children look, so people forget that they are artworks and they start playing and they remember how when they were kids and they want to play. So I think maybe the best performers for this would be like a bunch of kids there here messing around and doing their own stuff. And so please make me questions because I would like to explain more about it, but I don't know what you want to know.
These are all PD, little corresponding PD elements. You're running PD behind this, right?
Well, first it goes through processing. It processes all the information, gets the visual feedback. It's very difficult to process all the information with pure data.
Yeah, sure.
So it goes reactivation, processing, and OSC to pure data.
And how do you define the connections between those modules? I mean, you have a sequencer you set up, then you're doing things with your filter, your sine square wave oscillators, noise sources. But clearly you had separate chains here. So the bottom is just doing this thing, and then the top is doing this thing. How do you, and in PD you draw lines anyway. So how are you defining what chain is what here?
You mean how they are playing through pure data?
Yeah, how the blocks relate to each other.
Okay.
Because you have a whole sequence somehow.
Yeah.
And you have this other stuff, and what's separate.
Well, the thing is that first I started doing the MIDI part, because it was easier for me. So first I have all the patches ready. Okay, so I have one patch that is just play one note, which is the one that you bang, okay, with the thunders. So that one is waiting for a note and on and off for playing or not. Then I have another one that is a sequencer. I have the maximum notes that can be in a sequencer, and I have a counter, so it plays all the ones you can do. You can do like a.
So they can be all over the screen.
Yeah, yeah.
And what time's the order? How does it figure out?
For the moment, like I want to do it, like you can do the sequencer. You can start it from whenever you want, whatever you want, and you can make it go the way you want. But for the moment, yeah. So for the moment, it's only going like this, like a snake, okay. But in the earlier project that I have, that this comes from, I have a similar way of doing a sequencer with a road, and that one you can start it from anywhere. But because in this one I wanted you to be able to change the note and to change the, the order of the things and whatever, for the moment I only have it like this.
And can you have effects and things changing the effects? Because you had the oscillator, but you're changing the pitch by hand. And I guess you have a box that will produce like a sample hole, random voltage source or something like that, and connect that to the oscillator.
Yeah. You can connect, like as I said, it's like a tool. So you can do, like of course I have the patches ready. Like you're not really building the patches for the moment. That's what I really wish I could do. But yes, you can modify it and you can add.
And gravity isn't entirely your friend. I mean, you have something up here, have a chain up there. You have to stack it.
No.
So
No, you can be holding them.
Okay, you hold them. Yeah, you're right. You only hold one or two at once.
Yeah, but the thing is a collective instrument, so it's only me now. But the idea is to have a bunch of kids or not the kids playing together and interacting between each other. Like the interaction of the banging. My idea was to have like a lot of people doing this, or even banging like this.
And if you're taking any kind of a control and associated with like a block, you have to touch them or bring them adjacent, or are they just intrinsically connected?
Yeah,
So
no.
it's already a program that knows when it talks to what.
It's it fills the matrix, so it knows which one is next to the other. So they do have to
So
touch
it's
each other.
adjacencies.
Yeah.
You're taking the sequencer is going to kind of come up to one of the notes, and then it's going to start to play them.
Yeah.
Once it touches.
Yeah. There's only one thing that I was doing with the square wave. Since the square wave is the only one that you can change the pulse, so it's the only one that has one interaction by itself. If you, what I was doing, like I put the volume here and the pitch, and if I move the volume but I don't take it out, it stays. But you cannot transform, you cannot change so then you move it like this. So you have more mobility.
Where do you see, is this going to, do you see this as like an exhibit in a children's museum? Is this something you eventually want to sell in a commercial?
Yeah. Okay, now that I'm more relaxed, I can explain it better. Sorry, I got a bit stressed. Okay, so yeah, the first version of this project, I've been going around for 5 years. Like I always talk about that one because it's the same. It's the same form. It has the same shape. Like it's 25 cues that time, but it's not the same functionality. So that one, for example, now it's in Ars Electronica, so it's been exhibited in festivals and things like that. Now with this one, now in the research I'm doing like by myself because I'm not associated to any university or anything. I'm independent. I work by myself, even though I'm very good friends with MTG in Barcelona. I'm investigating about new ways of teaching people through art. So I see it as like in a workshop or something like that. Like I would do a workshop, but yes, in a festival and something like that. And hopefully, maybe one day I can introduce it in schools and start teaching kids like this. For example, now I have like a workshop to do in the Contemporary Art Museum of Barcelona, but it's for like teaching kids. And it's more like a workshop thing. It's not like the other one that it's an installation that can be left there for a month or whatever. Yeah. Well, what I wanted to achieve is that people see it and it's like, oh, I want to play it, I want to touch it, when I just arrived, there was this woman that came up to me like, can I buy that? Can I have that at home? That's the feeling I want to have. I want to be very close to people and not being related to a university or an institution or something, that means that I have to work in another thing to get my money every month. But it gives me the independency to be in touch with the people a lot, and that's a must for me. And that's what it's like in the other stuff I do that I work with Arduino and I do other type of devices, always related to music because it's something very direct for people also. I try to use recycled materials, Tetra bricks, things like that. I do workshops for kids with Play-Doh, whatever. So I want to make this connection between new tech, art, and people. Yeah. Oh, and of course, I wanted to add something. Like, I really like when Frank introduced this event, saying like, oh, you're happy to be here and being with a lot of people that understand what you do. That's exactly what I want to break. Like, for me, it's very difficult to explain my mother that helped me to show this, what this is about, especially the first one is like, what is this cube, you know, you're in your old room, whatever, whatever. And so, yeah, I want to be able to explain my mom and to explain everybody what I do. And I hope that in some years we don't have to be just this bunch of people over here, and this can be worldwide, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, it works. So hello, good morning. My name is Krzysztof Cybulski. I'm from Poland, and first of all, I have to say I'm very lucky to be here the second time in a row. So I've been here last year representing the art group Fan Generator, and I was showing a completely different instrument. But honestly, this new instrument I'm about to show you right now wouldn't probably come into existence if I weren't here last year, because it was strongly inspired by one of the last year's participants, Mr. John Driscoll. John Driscoll was showing a few of his pieces that were exploring the phenomenon of ultrasonic feedback. He had some little devices that were like a speaker and a microphone that, you know, worked on the ultrasonic feedback. And between the speaker and mic, I don't know how they're properly called, but he would put pieces of aluminum foil that he would fold in a random way and make them rotate in certain ways or move like a pendulum. And each of these pieces would have sort of different behavior, different way of changing the sound. And one of these pieces had like a little motor that was controlled by Arduino and like a little joystick. So his idea of using the Arduino was rather to add a variety of like having few of similar pieces of hardware. He wanted to have one like just moving on its own, the second one to just control it with a motor. I don't think he would really want to control the pitch or the behavior, because he was rather like the kind of random, unexpected situations to happen with the hardware. But at some point I felt if you have an Arduino controlled motor, you could actually try to repeat the same sound a few times. If you turn the aluminum foil the same way as it was before, you could probably have the same note. So I even emailed Mr. John Driscoll with that idea that he could maybe develop it in that direction, but he never answered. I don't know, maybe I got the email wrong, or maybe he thought it's not the direction that he wanted to go in. But I kind of shelved that idea for a few months, and sometime later I just stumbled upon an inexpensive pan tilt mechanism based on two servo mechanisms and some mechanical elements that would make it easy to control the pan tilt movement with Arduino. And I thought, okay, I tried to build it myself, just use a regular audio feedback instead, because this is something that I'm familiar with. I tried to already make one piece with controlling the regular audio feedback. And you know, and I decided to build like an experimental prototype, like a proof of concept prototype. Is it really possible to control the pitch of the feedback in the way that you just try to repeat the position, exact position of the speaker? So this is with what I came with, and at the very beginning I decided I just don't really want to, you know, try to calculate or find the position that give the certain notes. I'd rather go the other way. I'd rather scan all the possible positions of the, you know, speaker and listen to pitches that it gives me and try to save them down, you know. Every time the sound exceeds certain volume and certain duration, it's, you know, just saved in the software, and then you can recall it with the keyboard. So, you know, the speaker comes into the same position that it was first time it heard the note, and hopefully it will replay the same note again. So, because it needs the calibration each time, I will just run it right now. I think I lost it. Oh, yeah. So, first thing, I know that there are existing such things like no input mixer in which you can do like the feedback with the cables and stuff, but I thought this is very, you know, clear for anybody who sees it that, you know, most people have experienced the phenomenon of feedback when somebody just had a microphone and came too close to a speaker. So this should be clear for most people what's happening. When they hear that sound and see a microphone and a speaker, they should, you know, recollect that experience of them, that, okay, I know what's happening. And another part that I incorporated is just a regular keyboard. I thought if you have such an unpredictable, you know, phenomenon as the feedback, and that keyboard that is so common to everybody and, you know, commonly associated with just playing the melodies, again, you have that very clear idea that I'm controlling, trying to control the feedback musically with the keyboard. That's why I use this kind of setup. And, you know, why am I showing you the screen? The most important part is that little keyboard here on the right, which shows you what note it actually found during the scanning process. So I can, you know, try to play those keys on the keyboard and see what we have there. So. Okay, so the low notes not always work properly. Yeah, I'm actually moving the heads, trying to replicate the. Okay, so. Okay, so here I'm getting something. D flat, F, G flat, A flat. So I can attempt to play when the saints go marching in. Okay, I'm missing the E flat. But okay, well, let's see what the notes are there. Again, D flat, D, F, G, A. So the higher I get, the closer the notes are, the same as in the harmonic series. So if I would move the microphone slightly and scan it again, I would probably get a different set of notes. You know, I was searching for a best possible position of the microphone. First, I started off without this aquarium, how I call it, but it's only got, you know, 3 or 4 notes. So I experimented with different enclosures and find out this worked quite well. And then I also searched for the perfect position for the mic, and this seemed to be good enough. But I'm still, you know, struggling to get full chromatic scale. It doesn't always, you don't always get that. So I came with 2 solutions to, you know, make it more playable without, you know, having to watch the display here. So I have to switch to another patch, which I just programmed on the plane. It doesn't work very well yet. I think it was this one. Yeah, and here you have the. I have the scanned notes from previous scan, and I can kind of put them together in two ways. One way is try to put all the notes into one octave, you know, with the priority of the higher notes. So let's see how it works. I'll just pack it. So so right now they should all be in one. No, it's not this. This doesn't work correctly yet, but it should. So, you know, it's like an attempt to have just one octave keyboard and you can play like D, but they should all be like the correct chromatic notes. And the other way I thought of simplifying the operation of this device is just to put all the notes it found just in the order. So, you know, first, so you could play it, let's say, with a kind of MPC pad. So each key just plays the next note it found during the scanning process. So you're not really controlling you cannot really play melodies with it, but you have more like a intuitive control when you just want to play with it. So and this is the first prototype I've made, and you know, obviously I'm using the laptop and some sound card, and I want it to be, you know, if I would find some more time and money to put into it, I would like to have it in one piece with, you know, some small computer like Mac Mini or a Raspberry Pi hidden underneath this wooden box, and just to have a, you know, on-off switch, and just like a switch for switching between the scanning mode and the playing mode, and maybe a small display with LEDs that shows you what notes which notes it found. So this is the direction that I will probably go with it, just to have it like as a performance device. And the very important part for me is that I know you can make similar sounds with another instrument, like with a sampler or with a synthesizer, but I want the, you know, you all probably know the issue of a laptop musician standing like this on the table and just having that white light on his face and, you know, moving with the mouse and creating a boring performance and not communicating anything to the audience in terms of what he's actually doing with the music. So this is really showing off what I'm really doing. Like it's supposed to be very clear that the sound is created on the spot, that it you know, appears thanks to the well-known phenomenon of the acoustic feedback. So I was even thinking at first to have a little microphone on the pan-tilt head, but then I thought, okay, I want the regular microphone to be, you know, recognizable easily as a mic, and to have a, you know, very clear situation. And also I would love the sound path to be fully analog. Right now the sound is outside of the computer, but I'm using the sound cards, you know, preamplifier and the compressor in order to keep the feedback sound low, you know, not to damage your ears. And I'm also having a slight EQ just to avoid the very high notes to, you know, dominate the collection of notes. But apart from that, I could do all that stuff in, you know, analog domain, just to have the computer only control it, but not really having to do anything with the sound. So this is also like some concept I had some time ago to have an like acoustic synthesizer, in which, or similar idea that Aphex Twin, I believe, has recently, like a digitally controlled acoustic instrument that you use digital technology, you use computer, but the sound you create is purely analog or purely acoustic, and this is one of the pieces that I'm attempting to, you know, pursue that direction. So this would probably be one of the pieces of my live setup, you know, not meant to be played on its own, but rather one of the voices of a larger setup. So I think that's all I have to say. I'm open for questions.
The thing is visually compelling. I mean, robots, as you know, the Georgia Tech guys know, they're always, if you use them well, you relate with them. And I can almost relate with this little thing moving around. Let's see, he has a face. But the thing that's interesting about feedback, and we've seen a little bit of that here, the feedback things are kind of coming back into vogue, continuous control. Because you get into it, and actually when the thing is slewing, it's slow, which might be a problem with some kinds of playing. But, you know, you hear a transient, but you can play with that a little bit. If you have a joystick or even map your wheels, if you move that head a little bit, you could probably, you know, play with the way the sound is alive and changing in a way. If you thought about trying to add some continuous control of moving the head a little bit around the
Yeah,
note.
I didn't think about it, honestly. I was trying to make it as accurate as possible so far.
And again, with accuracy, how repeatable is it? You saw already the stuff you did on the plane didn't quite map here, because it depends on other sound that could be bleeding into the enclosure. I imagine may depend on atmospheric condition a little bit. How stable does it tend to be?
Each time I tried to turn it off and turn it on again, after a few hours, it didn't work, so I had to rescan it again.
Okay, so you have to always rescan at a gig before you start
I think so, yeah. I mean, I built the microphone, you know, holder inside it, so, you know, just to be able to scan it an hour before the show and then, you know, to keep it in place. But I think it would be a wise thing to always rescan it before the playing.
And you do a performance with it too?
I didn't yet.
Yeah. If there are other musicians playing, it would interfere, I think, a little bit with your sampling. You'd have to close it off, because sound's going to bleed into there, and it's gonna change
For the scanning,
especially with the compressor, it's going to change it all.
For the scanning, it should be quiet outside. But I treated it up to this point rather like a proof of concept. But still, I keep in mind that I'm a member of a contemporary music trio with one composer, one cello player, and I play double bass and electronics there. And I thought of this as a third voice in my setup. Just it's more like you probably could play little melodies with it, but it's rather like a way of making some annoying sounds in a visual way that it's appealing. And I'd love to have I thought about the different approach that I could have more rigid mechanism and have the microphone moving and have it on a tripod, let's say, like a camera stand. And then you could put it in any space next to any speaker and do the scanning and play it in any environment. So maybe this could be a next step, but still you could then damage the serious PA system, and this way you wouldn't damage anything. So. But
how old is this invention? Did you just come up with this, or this has been something you've had for quite some time?
I finished the first version in, I think, like October. And when I found out that I made it to the semi-final, I just revised it and fine-tuned it to really be able to work, to play melodies, let's call it, to be accurate.
Do you plan on performing it live? Like, can you?
I mean, I haven't yet performed live, and I would love to, but yes, but still, it's not really like a solo instrument, so it would be tricky to play it. I try to play like a duet with my voice, so just like play two voice songs with it, just in case I would have some time to show it more musical side of it. But yeah, but it's very, very new. I haven't yet thought about really how to use that. It was more like get it to work properly and come here.
Have you experimented with different mics?
Not yet. I think it could affect the way, yeah, of course. And I think that you could probably get better result if you have not more angled surfaces or more like a irregular shape. You could get more notes, more frequencies. I'm not really good at theory how the feedback appears. I'm more like understand it from my own experience how it goes, but I don't really know what should I do to make it more chromatic. It's like
in a way, you're never going to nail this down because it's going to really depend on everything. External noise, especially with a compressor, it's going to completely change the response to the thing. So yeah, but that might be part of its charm, right? Where the fact that it goes to these discrete positions is kind of intriguing, and if you improvise with it and you have control also of amplitude or EQ a little bit somewhere there, or even position of the head, then it doesn't matter, right? So you're not locking down the notes. We all like to play notes, but sometimes you can't. But you have discrete states, and if and as an improviser, you know what they kind of are, and then you can play around them. Then maybe that's where it's going to live.
I also thought maybe about having just two of them, different sizes, so they can complement each other with the range. But yeah, if I would want to play melodies, I would just have synthesizer. Yeah, so.
Yeah, sure. That's very true.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Feedback. It's okay. So good morning. So it's my pleasure to introduce Chorus Digitalis. Chorus Digitalis is a choir made of Cantor Digitalis. Cantor Digitalis is a voice instrument. So we will demonstrate the instrument in 4 steps. The first step will be to play together. The second step is develop expressivity. The third step is explore vocal sounds. And the last step is have fun. Okay. So first step, play together. Cantor Digitalis is a software instrument based on a graphic tablet and a voice synthesizer. The main idea is to take advantage of the writing and drawing motions that we learn since childhood for writing and drawing, and to use that to play music, to take advantage of the large learning that we had. And we use a vocal synthesis because voice is probably the most expressive and the most complex among acoustics instruments. So let's start by playing a short polyphonic piece. The famous Cold Song by Henry Purcell. Sorry for the end. So, second aspect, developing expressivity. The instrument is based on bimanual control. The preferred hand is controlling pitch and vocal effort. And the non-preferred hand is controlling the vocal tract formant, and vowels. All the parameters can be controlled in every details, and voice presets are prepared for classical voice or many types of voice. Printed patterns on the tablet allow for different scales. For example, we have here a classical occidental Western scale or an Indian scale to play a raga. Now we shall play a short raga in the North Indian style. all the vocal parameters can be tuned or changed. So you will see in the window, it's possible to change the singer size. To change the voice source tension. To sing with a breathy voice. Or harsh or rough voice. And of course, one can deviate from purely vocal parameters by playing extreme parameters. We shall improvise a few minutes to show that. The fourth step, have fun. So fun for musicians, because we can play the software, and it's a free software, so you can download it from our website and install it on your computer with a tablet or with a mouse. And fun for developers, because it's also open source, so you can hack it. And already on last Tuesday, somebody sent us an email. He noticed the software by the Guthman Competition, and he adapted to the sound plane. He put already a video on YouTube, so it works. It's written in Max MSP. So the voice model is based on our research on voice source modeling. And another path of research is a question of chironomic control of intonation. So why are there relationships between intonation and writing? So we are also investigating that in a very academic way. Finally, let's conclude by a final piece. Let's say 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah. So 4 years. But the instrument actually is really easy to play. I mean, you can try after that. It's really easy to make some note. Of course, after that, the question is to find gesture that fits well with the music.
Right.
And loops, and we are still exploring that. For example, Boris is the guy who works the most on that instrument, and he has so many different gestures to.
I'm intrigued by left versus right hand control when I'm watching you guys. Left hand is selecting it's a monophonic instrument first, right? So left hand is the note and the pitch, and you have some up and down timbre. The right hand. The left hand, you're pushing. There's nothing on the keyboard or the printout that talks about the expression that I can see. So what happens with the left hand? It must know that you're playing the note with one hand. Well, she's the stylus, so it knows that's the stylus. And what's not the stylus is going to be a finger. So the finger is for the extra timbral control, I guess, right? You can pick it out that way.
So we have the vocalic triangles.
Yeah.
You know, vowels can be arranged
Yep.
in two dimensions.
Sure.
So we just go on the vocalic triangle.
That's for the left hand.
Yeah.
But now, if you want to play a note that's under your left hand, you're in a little bit of trouble. What do you do for that?
So to play a note?
Oh, you can move your left hand away. You can cross hands. So you have to cross your hands. But if you want to move your stylus up to where your finger is.
No.
Those notes don't work.
I think it works.
Okay, so they both can take the same space.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of be
And
clever about
you can, if you show the main menu, you can affect to that dimension is for pitch.
Yeah,
But to that dimension, you can affect another vocal dimension. For example, the vocal tract size.
Sure.
And it works if you.
Yeah.
I can show you quickly. Larynx position.
Yeah.
So smaller.
Yeah.
So you can cross.
And those are Wacom tablets, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Standard Wacoms.
It's a tactile.
Yeah.
Tactile on style.
Are you guys out of Marseille, any chance? Are you from Marseille?
No.
Okay. Do you know Daniel Arfib?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah. He was playing with stuff like this with
Yeah,
Atrium.
sure. He was the first to do that. There was a first thesis it was in 2002.
A long time ago.
Yeah. And I was on the committee.
Oh, he gave a wonderful performance at NIME that year, actually.
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Everybody hear me? Okay. Can I have the sound of the instrument a little louder, please? Right, thank you. So hi everybody. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be part of the semi-finalists of this Guthman contest. I'm here to introduce you to the Dualo Do-Touch. So the Dualo Do-Touch is a new instrument that is at the same time a controller, a synthesizer, and a sequencer all in one. Maybe just to start, I'm going to start to show you something. I'm very stressed, so I will try to relax. So please do not look at too much at the music, because I'm like, you know, a musician in front of people. It's the first time he's playing on. So a little of the story. So the first idea came in 2007. So my associate, whose name is Jules Autric, I really apologize. We should have come together, but it was not possible, so I'm the only one to come. So Jules in 2007 was a mathematician and a musician at the same time. He was a teacher, and he was working for himself on representation of harmonic theory. When you're a mathematician and musician, you spend a lot of time in harmonic theory books, because harmonic theory is mathematics. So what he found is that on one side, the harmonic theory says things very simple. Why? Because harmonic theory takes care of the distance between notes and not of the notes itself. But on the other side, when it comes on a keyboard, for example, then things get worse, because you have to learn scale. You know, if you want to play in C, then in D, that will be another fingering. So you have to learn all that things. So that was kind of strange for him. So what he tried to understand is how you can order the notes so it reflects in a better way, it represents in a better way the harmonic theory. That's when he came in 2007, what we call the Dualo principle. I will talk about it later. So in 2008, he made the first prototype that was tabletop. And then in 2011, another prototype that he made is in kitchen with the help of people like me and internet and so on. After playing for 1 year in the street, in gigs, jamming and so on, and hearing so much people saying, hey, I want one, this is so cool, man, I want one. So we decided to build a company, and we built the company in 2011 with two goals: make this instrument for a living, and also, because of the Dualo principle I am going to explain, try to make more people playing music, because we believe in humanity and in a world where if people express themselves, whatever the way, but music is one way. I mean, music is a language for me, so it's just a way to share expression with other people. So let's talk about the Dualo principle. I have a very short time. I used to have interactive things, so I'm going to go straight forward. So on a Dualo keyboard, you take a scale, like the white keys of the keyboard: C, D, E, F, G, and so on. You split it apart, and what you have here is a sequence of what we call third, because 1, 2, 3. So the distance between the two is a third, an interval of third. And it's the same, 1, 2, 3. So what I have here is a sequence of third. Back in the 18th century, a French guy called Rameau, he wrote a book called Le Traité de l'harmonie bien tempérée, which explained the basis of like 90% of the music you hear on the radio today. So, and what he said is that a sequence of third, the definition is a chord. So what I have here when I split my scale into two parts is a chord here, so notes that sounds well together, and the same here. But there are two kinds of thirds, major and minor. All right, thank you. So on a Dualo keyboard, the major ones are oriented inwards. Sorry. And the minor ones are oriented outwards. So, major, sorry, major, minor. If I want to play a chord, I have to make a sequence of thirds, and each time I jump to another row, I will jump from third to third, be they minor or major. So, major, minor, major. You got it. If I want to make a minor chord, I will just start by a minor third, and then, and the sevenths can be major inwards or minor outwards. So wherever, and that works everywhere. So a Dualo Dualo keyboard is a double keyboard where each keyboard is space made by two dimensions, a vector of minor thirds and a vector of major third. This is the mathematical explanation. So, because it works everywhere, a shape will be a chord. This is the shape of the major chord. This is the shape of the minor chord. It will be always the same. All right, so back to my first explanation. I have here a shape, which is a chord. So one chord, one shape. It's like the B Jackson. And I have the same here. So the whole scale. If I change the shape and I keep the first two notes, 1 and 2, I have another scale. So on our keyboard, if you want to play this oriental scale, the only thing you have to learn is that you have the shape number 5 here and the shape number 1 here. And the combination is 7, because whatever the shape I play, I will always make chord if I respect only one finger per row. This is a chord, it's only major. This is a chord, it's only minor, and in the between. This is it. You have the 7 basic shape. So, if you don't understand music theory at all, you just light up a scale. Okay, everything is working. It just I have a guide, and if I only play on this guide, I will never be out of tune. I'm going to stop with the musical explanation just to say that when you come to the notion of degrees, it's very simple because I have 1, 2, 3. So here I have the odd degrees and here I have the even degrees. And if I want to play a degree, I just, if I want the 5th one, I just count 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5. And I start from here and I just complete with my finger. This is the 5th degree. Okay, so let's make a song. So I'm choosing a memory set that is empty on this side with this button. I have a screen here so I can see what I'm doing. So I'm choosing a sound. Okay, I'm going to do it again. So as you can see, I'm not the very best player of the Dualo for personal reason. I've not played so much. Like it's been announced that when you have finished a lot of things, the company, the instrument is now released. So I'm starting playing a lot when I have the time, and so that's it. So the main idea behind this is that when you have a new instrument, is that people have to learn it. And this is what we figure it out from the very beginning. So each composition I made, like this one that is very unknown, and I'm sure it will be a very great piece of music, I can export it to my computer using the USB port, or import it into my own DoTouch. So we are working on a sharing platform, and with this sharing platform, I will be able to share my composition with others. Once you have imported inside, then you have all the tracks. This is a lot of, very cool songs that I've inside, so I can play with the tracks like this one. Okay. Like this one. Okay, so now you want to learn this song. So I'm going to use this track and just ask him to display the score. Maybe I didn't choose the right one. This is the bass. So the Dualo is the instrument that you can learn just by following the keys, the lights under the keys, like on a video games. So you can learn by fun, and once you have pleasure on the instrument, then you can go a little further. So I just want to show you before the question. Yeah, I had just the very first prototype that was made on the kitchen, in 2009, and then we had a first batch of other prototypes and so on. I'm sure you prefer. So here's my associate. He's playing. He's the best player in the world, of course, because the instrument was released 2 months ago. So we have customers, we have people playing it, but only since 2 months. So let's say he was here with us. So the last thing I want to say is that between the very first prototype that was made in the kitchen and the time we started the company, there was around 1,000 people playing with the first prototype. And each time we said to them, we asked them, what would be for you the instrument of the future, or the best instrument, or the instrument of the 21st century? And we gathered all the answer, and we almost put them all inside. So most of the time, I have to answer yes to your questions.
Can I see what you're looking at?
This is the screen.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So when I have my finger here, this is what we call the sound button. So each button is a different sound because the synthesizer inside. The computer was here just for the video. So I have the name of the sound here, and I just take the one I want.
How many samples can you play at once? Is it just 4, or you can go?
Tracks, you mean?
Yeah.
We have up to 7 tracks, but it's really tracks. So I can also have many loops, like this one, for example, under Theremin. I have 4 tracks on, but I'm playing with, like, on the second track, I'm going to use the 4th loop, which is another drum. And so on and so on. So you have 7 tracks at the same time, but you are using up to 24 loops in the memory. And you have on this side 58 memory set, which contains each one 7 track and 24 loops and so on. So yeah, I have to say 1.2 kilograms. It's very light. You charge it with the USB cable, so your phone charger will also load it. You have 8 hours of battery power.
This is very beautiful. Generalized keyboards, though, are pretty old, right? They go back 150 years. And there are a whole bunch of ones in the electronic music world already. The Axis is one we know. I mean, there are many others. And is your fingering any different? Or, of course, you can load any fingering you want onto them, but it seems you're using a standard generalized keyboard fingering here for playing the same intervals and the same shapes.
No, it's definitely something very new. We have a patent on
so your fingering is totally different from the standard?
Yeah, it's the very original. The only comparison you can do is that if you know the iMusic's application on the iPad that gathered a lot of hexagonal fingering. The Gerhardt one is the closest, but it uses only a part of the left keyboard. So definitely the idea of my associate was to say, okay, if I have a 2-dimensional space, I have notes that sound well here, notes that sound well here, but if I look at on a 3-dimensional space, I wanted to have this one. So it just, broke the 2-dimensional space and make it 2 different space with a second of the difference between the two of them.
What other sensors do you have there? You've got these are pressure sensitive, the little
pads? FSR.
Yeah.
Under each of the.
Okay. Maybe that's a capacitive slider in the center. Okay. And you got a capacitive slider in the middle.
Capacitive slider on the middle, capacitive sliders, multi-point.
And the button doesn't know which way you're touching it, in the middle, the button in the middle, the big one?
This one? No,
yeah,
it's just on and off.
Okay.
Like the
and then you get an accelerometer for 2-axis tilt.
Gyroscope and accelerometer 3-dimension. Yes. It's not working very well, my demonstration.
And inside you have a Raspberry Pi, or is it your own board?
No, it's our own board, yeah. It took us 4 years to have this instrument. Yeah, this is a feature we have not already opened, but it's at the end it's just a sampler. I mean, a sampler player with a memory. So in like 3 or 4 months, we will open as our software allows to go in and out with the songs. You will be able to do the same with your not songs but sounds. Yeah, you're going to build your own sound bank, and when you're ready with that, you just upload it inside and you don't need the computer. I mean, we really wanted to make the bridge between the power of a computer and what you can do with tracks and so on, and on the other side, the traditional instrument. You said, Rikic, yesterday that you know, people playing turntable, when they play on the computer, they don't know how to play it. And definitely we wanted to do the same. This is a real instrument. It's like, okay, even if you're already a musician, it's like you have your driving license. If I give you the key of the Formula One, it will take you know, a few times before you can go on a race. So it's kind of the same, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the semi-final round. I think this is the strongest group of musicians we've had in recent years, and all the years actually. We have a break now for lunch. Finalists will be announced at 2 o'clock. Back over there. So have a good lunch, and thank you for all the contestants. Hello? Hello? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us at 2 o'clock. We'll be announcing the finalists in just a second, but DJ Hurricane is going to make a few comments first.
First of all, we want to thank everybody for coming yesterday and today, and we really enjoyed everyone. So if you're not on the list, we was forced to not have you on the list. We was only able to pick 9, and we really loved everybody. We wanted everybody to perform again, but we got our arms twisted. He gave us the elbow. So very difficult. It wasn't easy, and believe me, whoever gets picked to come back, you got to be on your A game because the competition level is very high. So once again, thank everybody. And if you didn't make the list, that doesn't mean you're not good. That means you are good. Just keep working on your craft.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah.
So I'm going to name the 9 finalists in concert order for tonight, and then we'll make some announcements about the concert afterwards. I'm going to announce the name of the instrument because I can't pronounce all your names. The first one is Pushpull. Yes. Number 2, Nomis, the wheel, octagon. Number 3 is the magnetic percussion tower at Podokar. Standing up already. Number 4 is the dulcitar. Number 5, Cantor digitalis. Number 6, the Debox. 7, Dualo do touch. Iron Man. Number 8 is the Endial. And number 9, the Sponge. So a few comments about tonight's performance. Each of the finalists have 8 minutes. It's a performance-based concert. So if you want to speak, keep it to a minimum. It's a concert tonight. Performance only. If you have any lighting preferences, talk to Caitlin. Elizabeth, who's raising her hand. If you have any lighting preferences. And one more note, the audience votes tonight for a couple of things. There's an audience vote for best instrument, most unusual instrument, and the best performance. So there's some audience categories as well. You're free to you're welcome to set up now. We will convene at, oh yes, talk to Chris Moore if you're one of the finalists needs to set up. The concert's at 7 o'clock tonight, so if you're setting up, set up now. Otherwise, we'll see you tonight, 7. Thank you very much.
Check, check.
Hi, if you are a finalist and you didn't make yourself known to Chris Moore, he's here. He needs to help you set up, so please stand in line.
Alessandro. Make sure you see Carissa. And Jonathan Sparks. Are you here? Jonathan Sparks. Make sure you see Carissa. Right here. Thank you.
Check, 1, 2, check. Check. Oh yeah, sorry. Check.
So I suggest you one thing.
Check.
Alberto Bum, if you're here, please check in with me. Alberto and David Turner Matthews, if you're here, please check in with us. David Turner Matthews, Alberto Bum,
Okay, we'll see you tonight then. They should be tonight. Before competition begins.
Check, check, check.
set the cardioid. Yeah. Part of it is that this body is going to be a lot bigger than the body of her.
But it's not you, it's the mic.
Huh?
It's the mic, it's not you. Like, I go above minus 10 and then go.
Try, do it again. Huh? But it's coming out of those speakers? How's it coming out of those speakers?
I don't know how that's bad.
Do it again. Do it again. I'm just gonna switch and it's this.
What is that? Yeah.
It's the sound.
Yeah, that.
Anything we can do about that?
Is that a gain?
We tried to already put a high pass filter on it.
Now try.
It's starting to.
I'm on fire, so it's a lot better. Is that a gain thing or that?
Hey, it's that mic.
That's the whole. I put it all the way down. Okay. Battery on front of that like 120, but she needed the weight that. Yeah. That's the thing. So if you go above like 100, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the reason why I'm doing high pass is because supposedly
But you'll still get that. I tried that. So if you put this to like a
maybe we can filter out the sub pieces. We can filter out the sub responses. They're also asking for lots of low end.
the EQ isn't good enough.
Low end.
Our factory is all
What frequency is that?
somewhere around
I'll tell you.
120.
120?
No more.
Do you think it's the stage that's resonating?
How is that?
Yeah, the mic is really hot. I mean, I'm tapping. I think we need to turn the input gain down. Or put a pad on it. I did. But if I can tap on this table and everything like that, that way too much. Check. And now we're getting. Check. Yeah. I'm not sure why it was on.
Check.
No, she's singing this one.
an issue because to look at her instrument has to be kind of facing down.
Yeah. I mean, we can move this.
Then put it on me. He was, I think we were just trying to go set the gain to the right spot. Would this be about where it should be in relation to an instrument? So about right there.
Yeah, so we're gonna put it. I would recommend we put this towards the low end of the sound hole to pick up more bass. So I think it's on her right side.
Okay.
So it'd be down that, kind of in that end.
Okay.
Because we had it in the middle yesterday.
It's Andy McKee. Who? how it sounded nice before. Now what? High mids? Okay, I think.
That's a really weird instrument.
I know, right?
Taka. I think it was my fault. Keep the setting. No. My channel was not connected here. Just don't do anything there. Now do the same thing. You sending me both? Okay, yeah, I can see it. You can send me more if you want to.
Here. Here. Here, the tabla is too loud. Les tablas, c'est trop fort. Enfin, pour nous. Si ici on entend les tablas trop fort, ça va être trop fort pour eux aussi. Parce que les tablas, ils partent là et la tabla, ça va. Ouais, ça arrive aussi avec ici.
little.
A little? Okay, all right. Sure. Sure, then it's fine. Then I'll use
And because it's not possible to put this loudspeaker too loud for us, because
the monitor too.
I'm on channel 1.
Hello? Say something. Hit Deepak. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. Hello. Testing. Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello? All right, sounds good.
I'm here, I'm cool, so half of the job is done. Okay, he says yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep.
huge difference, doesn't it? No, he's not playing.
Sorry, no, I'm not playing.
Is that okay?
I'm playing now.
Yeah, and what's going to happen? So this is totally shut. It's odd, isn't it? If I did this. Just a little crack, okay. track. And when I
Well, there's not really a bass side. It's like, you see, it's this it's this way.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that these. We'll just try it and see what comes out best. Because yeah, I want a fuller bass than what I had in there. But he said with that bass, the woofer is going to be really different. By the sound hole, I think.
Okay.
And the other thing we could try are 2 different mics, but you know, I just don't know whether you want to really do that or. Am I hearing out of this monitor, or I mean, I know you want to get the room, so. Keep playing, or just try some different things? beautiful. Like the timbre, you're getting it. The balance isn't there yet, but. But you know, here it's feeding back.
Oh, we'll get it right.
Yeah, they'll get it. me if you want me to do something.
I'm not sure if it's because it's not the instrument. We've gotten this feedback issue when there was nothing in front of it.
What if I move back a little bit? Would that help?
That might help, but then we have the issue of
Oh
being
yeah,
able to
the
get
lights.
spotlight on you.
Yeah.
I think we might have the feedback issue solved for now.
Yeah? Let's see. I mean, I'm not, probably not hearing what's in the room, right?
Not yet.
Yeah. So let's, I want to make sure these melodies, I mean, they sound pretty good from here. Sounds pretty good from here. stuff on. Before I wasn't getting that. I don't know if it's just this being too close. The bass sounds good. Yeah. What's that? You're gonna check? Yeah, that'd be great. I'm. Here. Yeah. Now it's off right now?
Yeah, just that one is off.
Oh. Yeah, that makes a huge difference. Let me try over here.
How do you want it to sound? You want it to
I
sound
want
like
the,
sharp?
I want warmth and bass. I want a good, strong, low fundamental.
What about the high strings? What about the high?
They sound great. They don't have to be any sharper than that.
No sharp?
Nope. No, they sound nice. Like these strings sound beautiful. Yeah, the bass. Yeah, I know that because they're trying to work with it. I think you just need to move this a little bit away. I mean, I can't. If I do this, then I'm gonna. It slips off my lap. Maybe just higher. See how different that is?
We're having huge feedback issues.
Yeah, more like, I think like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's better as far as the sound on the neck isn't there, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. You want more bass, right?
You know, I've never done it. We can try it. If you want to try it, I'm open to trying it for sure.
I don't know how well.
Yeah. Well, we just pulled it up because it was getting a lot of sound from the. Let's try that. How's that? That's whatever you just did made a difference. That's the sound that I want. And I'm not getting the neck sound, so that's good. That's nice. I think that's it. Uh-oh, it's right on the edge. Aditya, where are you? How are these strings coming out? So we're good? Yeah, I think it's really good where it is. And we just like
Right on the edge.
yeah, you don't go over. But the bass sounds awesome, and I'm still getting good quality here. So I think it might pick up too much of the action, because that's what was happening
So
before.
what I'm trying to do is basically the best way I can get you the bass is to get that thing as close as possible. It gets trying to do is filter out the extra
Yeah.
engine noise.
But I think it's good where,
It sounds good where it is.
yeah, I think you shouldn't mess with it. I think you should keep it right there. I really think it's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's good. It's got the low fundamentals pretty full.
Play like as loud as you might.
Yeah, I won't play any louder than that. Okay, yeah, we'll set this up. Sure. That's
Saraswati Om, Saraswati Om, Saraswati Om, Saraswati, 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 Mahadev.
I think that's good. Yeah, I don't need it any brighter than that. I like it warm, maybe a tiny bit of reverb, but it doesn't have to have much. It's not really about the voice, it's more with the instrument, so. Oh, people, like, lovely people. Oh, people, lovely people. Yeah. Oh, people. Oh, people. I can't say that word.
Here, I got an idea.
You got to.
Hey, could you mute the mic?
People, lovely people, music people of this world, all of us. Music can change people. I'll just back up. People, lovely people of this world. Oh, we can change it. We can change it. Music can change this world. Oh, people, lovely people. Oh, people of this world. We can change it. We can change it. Music can change this world. Yeah? Is that going to work? Is it full enough, the voice? Yeah, just a little bit of reverb on the voice, just a little bit.
We'll see. I'm not sure if this board has
Oh.
Saraswati Mahadev Namo. Saraswati Mahadev Namo. Saraswati Mahadev Namo. Saraswati, 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 Saraswati. Oh, people of this world. Yeah, and people will know. I'll just try to remember to back up. People. You want to try the balance on both? Okay, great.
think the sound of
That's better, it's way less mushy. Good balance. There's a rumble in the monitor. There's some kind of hum in the monitor that is like really aggravating. What's that? It's there right now. Yeah. But now the mic's not on. That's better. Now it just came on. What if you just put the voice in the monitor or something? I don't know what to say, but that rumble, see, it's on the verge of feedback. Maybe it's because of the way it's turned.
Is that okay?
It's the rumble's not there.
So your monitor will have just your voice and you then. Is that okay?
It's still there. What if you turn it?
Yeah, I think it's this monitor itself.
Oh no, I gotta get off of here because people are coming in. Just shift it a little bit and see. See, I think it's shift it this way a little bit. Like even if you put it towards the front more, and just shifted it, I think it's the direction.
Just adjust your maybe.
Hello.
see if the aux1 master thing will work for him. Can you check that the secondary board? I'm trying to go run a signal to him through the preamp, the monitor, the aux1. See how the aux1 does that? Might have to turn up the knob some. Deepak, you know which knob I'm talking about? It's the aux1, like aux1 master and then the aux1 sends for each track. Okay. Which analog? Analog one, aux1. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. That's called feedback. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Frank Clark. I'm chair of the School of Music. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clearly, we have someone for whom the pain medication and muscle relaxants have already taken effect, and we appreciate that very, very much. Please be sure to leave early. This evening is going to be really, really exciting. This is the Arctic edition of the 2015 Margaret Guthman Instrument Competition, and we can't thank you all enough for coming out. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful evening. Lots of information to share because a lot of great things have been happening in the School of Music and in the College of Architecture and for the Office of the Arts. And to that end, the first person I'd like to introduce is Madison Carrillo, Director of the Office of the Arts. Madison?
Thank you, Frank, and welcome. I'm so excited to be here. So yes, we have a lot of things going on at the Office of the Arts, and just want to tell you that we're going to start thinking about things at Georgia Tech with a culture of yes. I don't know if you saw the article, but we're going to start approaching things and celebrating the art and the creativity that's already going on here. And we're going to bring a lot more energy in. And the goal of the Office of the Arts is to bring creativity and art to every corner of this 400-acre campus. So I'm honored to be here and to be a part of this and to support this. And I look forward to many more great adventures with the School of Music. Thank you.
You bet. And now I'd like to introduce your official introducer of the various performers and instruments for this evening, Director of the Center for Music Technology, Dr. Gil Weinberg.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks, everyone, for coming in such a cold day. I will start to introduce, as an official introducer. First, I want to introduce the awesome team of judges we have this year. We have Joe Paradiso, a professor at MIT, who has the most impressive synthesizer I've ever seen in his basement, in Instrument Builder. We have DJ Hurricane, one of the pioneers of playing with vinyls. DJ worked with Run DMC and worked with the Beastie Boys. And we have Graham Marsh, a Grammy-winning producer, produced for CeeLo Green and Bruno Mars and many others. So maybe hands for the judges and make yourself known. Humble judges, that was their arms. And I think without further ado, I will just DJ Hurricane, one of the pioneer a little bit playing about the concept. We have two stages, each one of the performances may be either here or there, and sometimes you'll have to take your chair, some of you who have been here before may know, and move and just look at this stage or at that stage based on where the performance is happening. Every performance is 8 minutes, and I'm very happy to introduce the first performer, the first finalist of the Guthman 2015 competition. We have Pushpull by Dominique Hildebrand and Amelie Hinrichsen.
Marvelous. Okay, we're going to switch gears between now and the next performance. During the course of this past year, absolutely. We got the right video input. Hopefully we do. It'll come up directly. Well, it will be here momentarily. During the course of the past year, it became our very sad reality that Richard Guthman, who started this competition, passed away. That occurred November 22nd this past year. And one of the things we really wanted to do tonight was to make sure that Richard was with us in some way, shape, or form. He had 3 rules for me. And Richard, of course, was always a great supporter of the arts. And one of the things that he wanted to make sure we did here at Georgia Tech, and especially with music and with this competition, was threefold. 1, we needed to bring visibility and notoriety to Georgia Tech. 2, we needed to do something to expand and enhance the School of Music. And number 3, which we will do shortly, we needed to make sure that we honored Margaret. That was his goal. He gave one of the advantages of having tonal recall is that you can replay these conversations in your head. Richard is kind of always with us. And have we got any of these slides up or working? The crew is at it. Trust me, with the number of things that can potentially go wrong with all the gear we've been moving around in the setups, this is not a major glitch. And we'll, I'm sure, have some slides coming up shortly. When we first started this, it was a piano competition. And one of the things that was really interesting, some now 13 years ago, is that we were over in the Black Box Theater in the First Center, and there were 6 pianists who showed up for the competition. We expanded that over the course of time to become really one of the larger piano competitions on the West Coast, or on the East Coast, well, some coast, at least, you know. There was a coast involved, I'm fairly sure, or at least a coaster at the bar afterwards. But it was a piano competition, and as such, it was really rather unique in the sense that we had high school and college participants in both jazz and classical categories. These were the jazz judges from one year. And it was always Richard's dream that in some way, shape, or form, this would become a really rather large event. This is a large event. Richard happened also to like elephants. And I put it in because I liked the picture of Richard liking elephants. It made me happy. And Richard loved the idea of being involved in all kinds of things. He loved the outdoors, loved Georgia Tech. And the piano competition eventually morphed some years later into the competition you see now. When we first explained this to Richard, and we had this grand idea, he was fairly convinced we were one taco shy of a combination plate. We tried explaining it some more. And I'll never forget, it was one of the things that I always loved about Richard and still do, is with that kind of enthusiasm, he looked at us and he said, I don't really understand it, but I get the sense that you believe in this. And what I'll tell you is that I believe in you. And if you think you can make it work, go do it. It wasn't until we were in the third year of the piano competition, by the way, Richard could rock a hat. There was nobody who could wear a hat quite like Richard. I really loved his hat. The thing that was so exciting about the third year is he sat me down. We were over in the judge's room there, and he sat me down and he said, kid, let me tell you what this thing really is. And he did. And it was wonderful. And we're going to keep doing it, and we're going to keep growing it, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. Richard, I mean, when you see that smile, Margaret sent me all these photos, and I had to look through them. It was pretty tough to choose, Margaret. It really was. But there was one that absolutely was my favorite. This is the elephant the other way, just because I liked elephants, and Richard did too. But this one is my absolute favorite. I just love this. This was the year we had the new instrument competition at the beach. We thought that was a great idea. Unfortunately, there's a great deal of sand involved. The two of the faculty got third-degree sunburns, and the surfboard synthesizer had a very, very unpleasant and ugly series of incidents with an angry sea bass. So we decided to move it back to campus. I just made all that up. It's an absolute lie. But, you know, why let the facts get in the way of a really good story? So as we move along through the evening, this was my favorite of all of them, because between the time we would finish the competition and the judges would come back with their awards, Richard would invariably talk about why we do this, why there's a competition, and why it's important to him, to Georgia Tech, and to his family. And so one of the things that is so important to me, and we'll talk a little bit about this later as the evening goes on, is that this competition not only endures, but that it grows, and that it grows in ways that embrace the campus and the community and partners that you're about to learn about in a few sessions. And so there is no way that I can adequately describe what it is like to know Richard and to have him be your friend and your fan. What I can tell you is the three rules are actually playing in my head right now. Make sure that we bring visibility and notoriety to Georgia Tech. Make sure that you grow the music program. And number three, always honor Margaret. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you Margaret Guthman. All right. There will never be another Richard, but I can assure you he will always be with us, as will Dr. Weinberg, who's going to introduce our next contestant.
Thank you. I'll be much shorter. Our next contestant is Jonathan Sparks, and the piece is Nomis. Thank you.
One of Richard's great desires from the time we first started the new instrument competition was to make sure that there was in some way, shape, or form a great deal of student involvement. One of the problems that we had was that as we moved along and we got entries like these, there became a bit of a problem in that it was difficult for students to compete with some of these folks. Well, we've solved that problem because we're Georgia Tech. And here at Georgia Tech, the difficult we do in a day, the impossible we do in 2 days, and the unthinkable and the unimaginable we'll get done by the end of the week. Because after all, we are the School of Music and the College of Architecture, and we eat challenges for breakfast. What we did this year is we partnered with Moog Corporation, and they very kindly decided that we would create this marvelous thing called the Guthman Moog Challenge. And in doing that, we got the direct support of Michael J. Adams, President and CEO of Moog. Now, what they provided were these marvelous things called Werkstatts. We had 15 teams working over a period of 3 weeks, and the 15 teams were comprised of 3 or 4 individuals. They could not get their hands on these devices until the day of the competition itself, which was last Sunday. And of course, I know that everyone here would want to know exactly what circuits were involved, so we wanted to make sure we had that in the motherboard. So we're good to go, and that's exactly what it looked like. And it was a messy, wonderful day. It was absolutely fantastic. What I also was thrilled about, and we're going to do a lot more of this according to Madison, is that the School of Music and the Office of the Arts partnered in providing $3,000 in prizes, $1,500 for first place, $1,000 for second, $500 for third. And then Moog came through, and for each of the first three place teams, everybody got their own Werkstatt. It's totally, totally cool. And as we went through the day, it just was a ton of fun. We had 15 teams, as I said, and the judges had a really, really difficult time. The person that you see in the white t-shirt there is one of our Master of Science in Music Technology students. That's Chris Howe. Chris, like many of our students, not only is a marvelous student, he's got a job. And that's Chris right over there in the corner. Chris actually is now working for Moog. Yay! I know. There's nothing better than not having to swear vows of poverty and stupidity to have a career in music. It's really a nice thing. We like that a lot. Our favorite was just from the strange, not the first place winner, but from the strange and bizarre category was a bicycle. Now all of these, and the bicycle actually, if you look through the double doors over there, the bicycle is up. All of the major competitors brought their Werkstatts and their stations over, so after the last competition, or last competitor performs, you can go and take a look at those. It was just a ton of fun, and as you can see, Mike Adams from Moog was really excited. That was our panel of judges, and it was just an absolutely wonderful, wonderful day. This was the winning guitar, the winning operation, and many of the parts for all of these things were actually created here on campus, either 3D printing over in the Invention Studio, or they were created in one of our fabrication labs. We've got a wood shop, for example, and a digital fabrication lab in the College of Architecture, and we were told before the day was even over by Mike Adams from Moog, we were told before the day was even over, we're doing this again. So it was great. It was a ton of fun. I would like to formally, and you guys just wave your hands and jump up and down. Our first place winners, Mark Crowley, Gregory Hendler, and Raja Sundara. They're over there. They did a great job. I was really, really proud of them. And the thing that is particularly exciting about all of this is that the Werkstatt, in some way, shape, or form, was a part of the process. And so for any of the instruments, they could add Arduinos to it. They could add other sensors. We partnered also with SparkFun, and they provided a lot of sensors, a lot of interactive elements, and it turned out to be just a ton of fun. The one thing that you have to bear in mind with all of these Werkstatts is that in some way, shape, or form, they can be augmented by other devices, by computers, any number of ways that they can actually be used and engaged. And the idea behind the bicycle, and you've got to go over and experience this, is that they engage the low frequency oscillator by a ball attached to a piece of string, and the thing would rotate. And so you could actually physically see what was going on between the various elements of the Werkstatt and the physical design on the bicycle. As you can see, everybody loves the bike. So make sure that if you have a chance, you go over and see that. Another thing that I want to make sure everybody does is you're clear on the People's Choice Awards. Okay, so let's talk about this briefly. Do you have your ballots? Do you have your People's Choice Awards ballots? Because here, you are actually a part of the program. You are the competition. Now, at most institutions, they would not take a risk like this because, you know, people like me, we are highly trained, extensively experienced professionals. We know what we're doing. And most institutions, they would say, we're not going to take a chance. We're not going to leave this up to the fill-in-the-blank public. Now, we know at Georgia Tech that this is not a risk at all because a couple of statistics point themselves out. Number one, just by coming on campus, and we have serious documentation on this, just by coming on campus, it has been proven that your IQ is raised between 11.38 and 15.17%, just by being on campus. If you interact with our students, your IQ is raised another 3.14159%. Thank you so much. I can't tell you. I was driving home and I said, "Do you think anybody?" Yeah, I'll look at it. Okay. There is some sad news, however. Interacting with administrators seems to have no negligible effect whatsoever, and you'll be asked for money. It's just really, it's really sad. It truly is. So make sure that you have your ballots. Now notice that we've taken all the guesswork out of it. The green ballots go in the green bin, the purple ballots go in the purple ballot bin. There are no purple ballots, I know, but all you have to do is match the code up. It's going to be really exciting, and these are for the most unusual, for the best performance. And what's the other one? See, there you go. You're already a part of the process. So make sure that you get the People's Choice thing filled out because they'll all be collected in the bins in the back. And during the break, when you're encouraged to go see the bicycle and all the other really cool stuff that's in room 1116 and the food, don't worry, that's not state property. It's okay. I don't have to fill out any forms for that. It came from off campus. It's not a problem. No, it's like pedestrians. You know, you don't mind if you hit them. It's just the paperwork. It's just, God, it takes so much time. But the People's Choice Awards are a very important part because it's been our great pleasure for the last 2 years. This competition and the Center for Music Technology are now actually listed in the New Groves Dictionary of Music and Musicians. Yeah, I know, it's really cool. It's true, and it's okay to applaud. You know, it's all right. It's like, no, we're not making that one up. Because so many of the top-tier performers who were winning here were submitting to the Groves Dictionary the fact that they were first, second, third place winners in the Guthman competition, it ended up being a call from New Groves to us saying, what are you guys doing? Well, what we're doing, you're about to see more of. Here's the next performer.
Thanks, Frank. And now for something completely different. We've seen a couple of electronic instruments, but the field of musical instruments is very varied, and it's very difficult actually to compare between electronic instrument, acoustic instruments, an iPad app, a robot. But what we try to do here is to do just that. And I was a judge before we were big and could get actually real judges. Some of us became judges. I know how difficult it is. We had a really great year of great instruments. And the next one is a little different because it's mostly acoustic. It has some robotics. It has all kind of interesting things. But in order to see it, we'll do the first exercise of standing up and turning towards this stage to see Ed Patogar and the magnetic tower. Thank you. Continuing to face this way, don't move. And continuing to show the diversity of our finalists, we're going for a pure acoustical instruments now. The dulcitar, which is actually a combination between a dulcimer and a sitar, two string instruments, and the finalist is Jody Pieta.
I'm going to tune this down a bit. And I'm going to be singing like the do-re-mi of Indian music. tune one more time. 1, 2, 3. This takes courage. This will be my last piece, and this is for all the musicians, which is pretty much everybody in this room.
you. And now it is time to turn back to stage A. And our next instrument is Cantor digitalis, which is a singing synthesizer operated by hand gestures. And just like many of the other instruments here, not only one person contributed to many of the instruments here. And although our submission system allows for one person, and you see in the program one person, this is a group performance. It's not only Christophe, it's also Boris, Lionel, and Oliver, which we call chorus digitalis together, multiple cantors. Thank you.
Hi everybody. This is Cantor digitalis with its designer Christophe d'Alessandro, Olivier Perrotin, and Pandit Boris Doval Khan.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we're staying here. We continue to look at this stage and continuing to show the different categories and the diversity of categories that we have here in the competition in the finalists stage. We have Debox, which is a tradition of circuit bending, where you don't only play the instrument, you actually hack it as you play it. We have Andrew McPherson and Victor Zappi.
Thank you. Really briefly, these are the D-boxes. They are self-contained instruments, which, as you'll hear, are extremely simple and limited at first. The difference is that you can crack it open and hack it and modify it in any way you like. I'll just say that there are 3 here. They're all exactly the same, but some of them have been hacked. Finally, just a shout out to all the amazing musicians at the London Music Hackspace who were inspiring and surprising us during the performances leading up to this. Thank you.
Now, one of the things that's been particularly rewarding for us is having a professional ensemble in residence. This is Sonic Generator. Last year at this time, Sonic Generator was in Metz. Metz is an important city to us because of the Georgia Tech Lorraine campus. And we had an absolutely wonderful experience there. It was a tremendous success. We performed with the Orchestre National Lorraine, and there was every indication that we needed to find some way to develop a permanent relationship and an enduring partnership with the city, and particularly with Mise en Scène. Mise en Scène is the arts presenting organization that does so many things. You see the three facilities, Arsenal, BAM, and Les Trinitaires. Arsenal is an absolutely incredible concert facility, and when I counted, I saw that during the course of the previous year, they put on over 400 events between the three facilities. No, it's phenomenal. It is absolutely incredible. And this is the inside of L'Arsenal. It is an absolute joy to be in there, to perform in there. It's phenomenal. What we're looking forward to this May is going to be a very, very exciting week-long event. This is the new Boîte à Musique, BAM, there it's called, and it's absolutely fantastic. This is the inside at the dedication. And what we are looking to do in May is to work with our good partner and friend, Jean-François Ramon, and to present an actual week-long series of very, very interesting events. Those will include in a concert called Overheated, which will introduce a brand new percussion instrument designed at ENSAM University there in Metz. The Jason Freeman will lead the Sound of Metz performances and recording. In fact, we're going to get sounds from Metz, incorporate those into a composition. Our laptop orchestra will perform. We'll have a DJ from Metz mixing some of those sounds. We'll have a variety of performances built around that. Remember, we spent a lot of time, or at least I did, and forced you to, spend a lot of time listening to the Moog hackathon. Well, Moog has already partnered with us to support that event. So we had the hackathon here on campus for the first time on Sunday of this past week. By Wednesday, we already had the plans in place for this event. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And at this point, Mesdames et Messieurs, il me fait un grand plaisir de vous présenter un bon ami de l'école de musique, le Centre de technologie de musique à Georgia Tech, directeur général de Mise en Scène, Monsieur Jean-François Ramon.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, everybody. I'm very excited to be here this evening, and first I want to thank Professor Steve French, Frank Clark, and Jason Freeman. I want to thank them for inviting me, and especially I would like also to thank you, Mrs. Guthman, for making this unique competition possible. Yes. For the past 2 days, I have had the opportunity to get to know this competition from the inside. All the candidates' work is amazing. And what has impressed me the most is the link relationship between the body and the technical innovation. Before participating in this event, I believe technology would take us away from the human body. But in fact, to my surprise, I have learned here that technology can bring us closer to our bodies. I look forward to continuing this exploration in the context of our collaboration between Georgia Tech Atlanta, Georgia Tech Lorraine, and my own institution in Metz. Thank you again. Enjoy this evening, and thank you for putting up with my French accent.
Merci beaucoup. All right. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful time, May 8th and following, 8th through the 14th. And if you've got nothing better to do that weekend and the first part of the week, come on over. Jean-Francois has assured me that we can score a free t-shirt for you. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Gil Weinberg will get us into the next event, and then we'll have a few other things to talk about, but we're getting close to the end. Gil?
Thank you, and this is the time again that we all face a different stage. And as you turn, I want to introduce Bruno Verbrugghe, who is going to play the Dualo Do Touch, which looks like a futuristic accordion, but it is a synthesizer and a controller and a looper. Okay. I think by now you can tell who presented this morning when I was in a meeting and couldn't see it, and who presented yesterday. So that's the last time we're going to turn. The next two performances are on stage A. So the next one is Endial by Peter Busigel.
People often ask me, how can I learn more about the wonderful world of music technology? Now, I don't think you understand. This is the interactive portion of the evening. So I'm gonna back the slide up. Okay. People often ask me, how can I learn more about the wonderful world of music technology?
How can we learn more about the wonderful world of music technology?
And I'm feeling the love. I really am. I truly am. Well, all you have to do is come to Georgia Tech. And we have two wonderful workshops. For those, we've got a summer camp for high school, junior high and high school students. We've got lots of flyers on the back so you can take that information with you, or you can just go to music.gotech.edu and you can enroll. It's wonderful. All you have to do is, follow the instructions. It'll be fabulous. And we have a K through 12 teacher training workshop, and those are just a ton of fun. We did these past year, and it was just fabulous. So just go to music.gotech.edu, and we can get you all signed up. Another thing that's really, really important to us is this whole business of, so why do we do the arts at Georgia Tech, and who's engaged in them? One of the great champions of the arts, right on our Arts Council, Sonny Seals, is right here in front of me. Everybody say hi, Sonny. Okay. Well, here's why. Not only do we have the degree programs in music and music technology and all the ensembles we do, but there are a ton of creative people. You're going to see those, see that creativity when you go into the Moog Werkstatt Petting Zoo across the way. But if you enjoyed the light show at the beginning of tonight's performance, there's a lovely young lady upstairs by the name of Caitlin Willingham. Now, Caitlin, at this time last year, Caitlin, how much did you know about DMX 512 last year? There you go. And not a clue. And that's the program that is running all the lights. Haven't the lights been great tonight? Yeah, well, that's Caitlin. Yeah. Hard to turn around and see her because of the lights that she's currently using, but that's